All right, I'm going to open up the subcommittee on House Bill 1598. There's Chairman Alexander as well as Representative Page and myself are part of the subcommittee. We have an amendment 2026-0463H. And at this time, I will open to testimony. If there's anybody that would like to speak on this bill. Mr. Barry, did you have anything you'd like to say?
I thought red usually means stop, but anyway. Yeah, again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. A lot of people worked really, really hard on this, and I really am thankful to Nick Norman and my colleagues. And look, do I think it's a perfect bill? No. Do I think it's a principled compromise? I certainly do. And it's fair to say that me and my colleagues can live with it. And again, we really appreciate the work that everybody has done. Happy to answer any questions if you
Any
have.
questions from anybody? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that would like to come up and speak on the amendment?
For the record, Nick Norman. Yeah, I completely echo everything Elliot said. We worked very hard on balancing everyone's concerns. We've got an agreement that is in total agreement on all sides, and I would encourage no changes in it. It took a while to address everyone's concerns and get it balanced. And I'd be happy to take any questions, but it's in great shape. We're very happy with it.
All right, any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that would like to come up and speak? Not seeing anybody. Do we have a motion to recommend?
I move to recommend amendment number 2026-0463 to the full committee as ought to pass with this amendment.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, motion by Chairman Alexander, seconded by Representative Page.
Technically, you're the chairman right now.
Oh, sorry. Chairman of the Housing
Thank you. I
Committee.
appreciate it. I just want to say I'm really actually shocked and pleasantly surprised that we got to a compromise on this. And I think this shows that the Housing Committee does work a little bit differently. And maybe that's why we catch so much drama, because we compromise a lot. But I think this is a good step forward.
Representative Page, would you like to speak to your second? I just want to concur with everything Representative Alexander said. I appreciate everybody's hard time and work on this. So with that, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries 3-0, recommended to the full committee. All right, we will close the subcommittee at 9:54. Thank you.
All right, Housing Committee is in recess until 10:15. I'm going to give my Democratic colleagues an opportunity to get together, and then we'll get started right at 10:15. Okay, good morning, Housing Committee. It is 10:16. I'm going to call our executive session order. I had noticed a number of bills. There's going to be a few that I'm not going to call, just for the public. 1005, we have a hearing later today. I won't be calling that. And 1136, I won't be calling that one as well. All right, so at this time, we're going to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Perfect. I'm getting started with bills that we agree on.
Okay, we have 3 minutes and I'm not going to say questions.
All right. Beautiful. So at this time, I want to get started by opening up the executive session on HB 1010. And I'm going to call on Representative Bolio for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ought to pass.
Is there a second? I'll second that.
All right, and Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer Amendment 2026-0274H.
And I will second that as well. You're welcome to speak to your motion.
Yeah, absolutely. So this bill was really designed, or this amendment is really designed not to undo any of the really great progress that I think we did last year with HB 631, which allowed residential housing, new housing units to be built above office and retail. But that bill, when it did pass, it did have some specific carve-outs about, infrastructure concerns and other things like that. There was some ambiguity there. So really what this bill does is not to roll back any of the great progress in 631, but provide a framework that both developers and municipalities could rely on when implementing 631. So it's really definitional, and it's really there to flesh the process out and make it a lot easier to understand.
Yeah, I appreciate the work you put into this. Thank you very much. I think a lot of stakeholders were involved in drafting this amendment, so thank you. Any questions or comments on the amendment? All right, is a show of hands for the amendment okay? All those in favor of, what's the amendment number?
0274H.
All those in favor of amendment 0274H, raise your hand now. Those opposed? All right, we're unanimous. Amendment's been adopted. The motion is ought to pass with that amendment number 0274H. Are there any comments on that motion? I don't see any, so when the clerk's ready, she can call the roll.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfort, yes, Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Reed, absent, Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Hicks,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Hegner,
Yes.
Representative Kerwin,
Yes.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. Motion carries 17-0. Is there any objection to this going on consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll put this on the consent calendar. Next bill I'd like to exec is HB 1065, and I'm actually going to call on Representative Page to make a motion.
Sure. I'll move inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second? Representative Dumont?
I'll second.
Okay. You'd like to speak to that?
Sure. I think the sponsor did a nice job with some clarifying language on this bill. And we kind of held this waiting to see what would happen with the compromise on 1010. But I think having just passed that bill, we're good to go, and we don't need this as another bill addressing the same issue.
Beautiful. Any other comments? I don't see any. So when the clerk's ready, she can call the roll. Motion is ITL.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfort, yes. Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Reed, absent. Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Hicks,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Hegner.
Yes.
Representative Kerwin.
Yes.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. Motion carries 17-0. Is there any objections going on consent? Seeing none, we'll put it on consent. Next bill I'd like to call up. Unfortunately, I made a mistake and noticed this bill again after we exec it, so we have to have a clarifying vote on this bill. That's HB 1349. So at this time, I move ITL again. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Cole. If everybody remembers, this is the bill that the Newington town planner came in and said that they want to be exempt from certain multifamily zoning requirements. We already decided ITL. So, any other comments? When the clerk's ready, she can call the roll.
Vice Chairman Cole.
Yes.
Representative Thaxton.
Yes.
Representative Aaron.
Yes.
Representative Bollier.
Yes.
Representative Dumont.
Yes.
Representative Grant.
Yes.
Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Minor.
Yes.
Clerk Reinfort. Yes. Representative Page.
Yes.
Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Reed. Absent. Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Hicks.
Yes.
Representative Howland.
Yes.
Representative Hegner.
Yes.
Representative Kerwin.
Yes.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. Motion carries 17-0. Any objections going on consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll put this on consent. I would like to wait for Representative Reed for the rest of the bills. We agree on one of the bills, but she's on an amendment, so I just want to make sure she's here. So we're just going to be in recess until Representative Reed gets back. Give us like 3 minutes or so. All right, at this time, I want to open up the executive session on HB 1523. I want to recognize myself to make a motion. I move ought to pass. Representative Reed, would you like to second it?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much.
All right, and thank you. And I'm going to move amendment 2026-03880H. Representative Reed, second.
Second.
Beautiful. Okay. Speak briefly to my amendment. This removes, so my, during the public hearing, I said I had an amendment to remove section 5. That is the enforcement mechanism through the Attorney General's office. I believe that will also remove the fiscal note from the bill, which means that I can speak to my friends in finance and maybe we can get that waived. It replaces it with some language regarding conflict of interest requirements in a homeowners association. So basically, if a contract is approved, if there's a perceived conflict of interest between parties of somebody that's on a homeowners association board, the contract must be approved by a majority of the votes cast in membership at a meeting of the HOA. And there's a couple other requirements. And then the third change that it makes to the bill is it moves out the effective date. We heard from, I believe, the Realtors Association that said that they would like some more flexibility in moving the time frame a little bit later, so that if these documents were not available that are in the law, a bill as proposed, they could have time to procure those documents. Other comments? All right. Is a show of hands on the amendment okay? All is in favor of amendment 2026-03880H? Any opposed? All right, so we're unanimous. So now we're on the final ought to pass as amended motion. Are there any comments? I don't see any, so at this time, we'll have the clerk call the roll.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Hicks,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Hegner,
Yes.
Representative Kerwin,
Yes.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. Motion carries 18-0. Is there any objections going on consent? Oh. It's a fiscal note. It might not be able to. I have to check. But if there's any objection, no objection. So if it can, I will put it on consent. All right. I'd like to open up the executive session on CACR 16, and I'll recognize myself for a motion. I move ITL. Is there a second?
I second.
Representative Miles seconds. Very briefly, I think there are an extreme amount of unintended consequences with this constitutional amendment. I think it could open up a lot of litigation and allow like homeless camps on every street corner. So for those reasons, I just don't think it's needed at this time. I move ITO. Representative Reed.
Ever so briefly, it does protect a basic right. The chair had asked me during the hearing about people taking up space. I looked into that question. So this does not prevent loitering laws or loitering ordinances. And this is only in relation to the state of consciousness of the person. So no one can go and take up space on a sidewalk without a permit anyway, even if they're awake. So the same loitering principles would apply whether or not they're asleep.
Thank you. Representative Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to note that I think compassion is best served by allowing the communities the flexibility to respond to services, treatments, and housing options that are tailored specifically to their residents, rather than locking in a rigid approach through a constitutional amendment.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. May I ask a question of Representative Reed?
If she's willing to answer.
Yeah. Thank you. Would this still allow people to sleep on sidewalks and in parks?
It does not allow people to be on sidewalks any more than the current ordinances would allow them to be. This only regards their state of consciousness, and it just protects a right. It does not solve any, it is not an approach of any sort. It just protects a basic human right.
Any other comments? I don't see any. The clerk's ready. She'll call the roll. Motion is ITL.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
No.
Representative Newell,
No.
Representative Reed,
No.
Representative Gibbs,
No.
Representative Hicks, Representative Howland,
No.
Representative Hegner,
No.
Representative Kerwin,
No.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. Motion carries 10-8. I'll be responsible for the majority report. Representative Reed, would you like to write the minority report? Okay. Representative Hegner will write the minority report. All right. At this time, I want to open up the executive session on HB 1008 and call on Representative Dumont to make a motion.
I move to ITL.
Representative Dumont moves ITL. Representative Cole seconds it. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, there are multiple problems with the bill, but overall, the requirement placed on property owners is unrealistic. Therefore, my motion to ITL.
Other comments on this bill? 1008? Yep. Sorry. I'm moving quick. Sorry. It's okay. I was just chatting.
Sorry.
Representative Page.
Thank you. I tend to agree that the bill as introduced has issues. I think it has, if we're going to do mandatory inclusionary zoning, my take is we need to use a funded model that we've seen proven effective elsewhere, which is why we have prepared an amendment for our preferred motion of OTPA. I think that's a great local option if we want to give it to municipalities.
Other comments? If ITL fails, you're welcome to offer your amendment. All right. Seeing none, the motion is ITL. We'll have the clerk call the roll.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
No.
Representative Newell,
No.
Representative Reed,
No.
Representative Gibbs,
No.
Representative Hicks,
No.
Representative Howland,
No.
Representative Hegner,
No.
Representative Kerwin,
No.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. Motion passes 10-8. Representative Dumont, you're responsible for the majority report. Representative Page. Will you write the
I'll be responsible for the minority report. Yes,
Beautiful.
and
So-
for the clerk's benefit, the amendment for the motion or the minority report is 0149H.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. At this time, I want to open up the executive session on HB 1017 and recognize Representative Bollier for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ITL.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I second.
Representative Aaron seconds it. Representative Bollier, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, this is another bill that I don't think is necessary at this time, and actually a bill that I think would have some serious unintended consequences. Although on the surface, this looks like it might be a pro-housing affordability bill. I think if it's actually implemented and municipalities require restrictive covenants to be placed on ADUs, I think that's only going to serve to discourage construction of additional ADUs. And in fact, the jurisdictions in the country that have adopted these restrictive covenants on affordable housing, workforce housing, the net effect of that has actually been a radical decline in new projects that would meet the criteria. So for these reasons, I move ITL.
Representative Aaron?
I have the same opinion as Representative Bollier.
Wonderful. Representative Reed?
Thank you. I'm struggling to find the amendment, but I thought I had it printed for today. Maybe I distributed it last time, I think. Yes, it was in I distributed it last time, and I can get more, but my amendment that the sponsor agreed with actually moves us towards increasing approval for second ADUs in towns, because instead of having it affect the first ADU, it's saying the first ADU is safe by right, but a town can put this requirement on a second ADU, which would give incentives, especially to towns that are reluctant to approve low-income projects, to have a way to approve ADUs without feeling like, because they need to meet that requirement. So I did distribute it. I also emailed it to the whole committee. I'm sorry I didn't reprint it out, but I would really love some good faith engagement on this, because this does move ADUs forward.
Representative, if you could respond to this real quick, I actually think that in a situation where a municipality would be hesitant to approve ADUs, they would probably be hesitant to approve a second ADU that would qualify for workforce housing in the first. So I guess I'm trying to understand how this would move more ADU development, seeing how municipalities already can do this. They already can allow 2 ADUs.
Right. So in my original bill, the second ADU was by right, but the municipality could. And I admit that I had the thought to sneak that into the amendment, but I did not. Having said that, yeah, right now the one ADU is by right, but letting them know at least that they can in fact control that and meet their workforce housing obligations, I think is useful and a motivator to get them to allow ADUs.
Representative Page?
You know, I share the sentiments of the folks supporting ITL, and I share Representative Reed's sentiments about her amendment. I think, you know, we don't want to be, you know, holding back ADU development with, you know, these workforce requirements. But I think Rep. Reed's amendment offers an incentive for municipalities to consider allowing that second ADU. Municipalities that may otherwise be hesitant to do so. So I support that amendment.
All right. Any other comments? I don't see any. The motion is ITL. Clerk will call roll.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
No.
Representative Newell,
No.
Representative Reed,
No.
Representative Gibbs,
No.
Representative Hicks,
No.
Representative Howland,
No.
Representative Hegner,
No.
Representative Kerwin,
No.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. Motion carries 10-8. This will go on the regular calendar. Representative, who made the motion? Representative Bollier, you're responsible for the report. Will there be a minority report?
Yes. Representative Reed will be doing the minority report, and the amendment number for the OTPA is 0289H.
Great. Next up, I'd like to open up the executive session on HB 1120 and call on Representative Miles for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ITL on House Bill 1120.
Is there a second?
Yes, I move second ITL.
Okay, moved ITL by Representative Miles, second by Representative Aaron. Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, thank you. So while protecting water resources is critically important, this bill may unintentionally make it harder and more expensive to build new housing when New Hampshire families, seniors, workers are already struggling to find a place to live. So adding new discretionary requirements and costs to subdivision processes risks slowing down our housing production and increasing prices.
Representative Aaron?
I agree with Representative Miles, and I think anything that slows housing down is not something we want to pass.
Representative Reed?
I agree with the previous comments. I think the underlying bill is a problem, and I'm not even sure that we need a bill, but out of a consideration to the sponsor and to the underlying issue, I did put in an amendment that is before you to make it a study committee. There is a very large 100-page report that the study committee could be looking at. Having said that, I'm quite happy if the committee chooses to go ITL. I won't keep it off consent.
All right. Any other comments? I don't see any. The clerk will call the roll. Motion is ITL.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
No.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Hicks,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Hegner,
Yes.
Representative Kerwin,
Yes.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. Motion carries 17-1. Is there any objections going on consent? Seeing none, we're going to put this on consent. Representative Miles, you're responsible for the report. All right. Next up, I'd like to open up the executive session on HB 1143, and I'll recognize myself for a motion. I move ITL. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Dumont seconds it. Very briefly, this bill isn't needed. I think it adds way too much burden on housing providers in an already strained housing supply. I think this would discourage housing providers from actually renting out their units because there are additional requirements. I'm also concerned with this enforcement mechanism that comes with giving municipalities enforcement minimum standards. They may inspect, investigate, enforce provisions. I'm very concerned with giving additional powers to municipalities for this. So for that reason, I think this bill needs to go away. Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just like the last bill, I think the underlying bill is not workable. However, we do have laws that deal with pests, bed bugs, rodents, and I think some of that framework could be used. I think it needs a lot of work that we don't have time for. So for that reason, like with the last bill, I'll be voting against ITL, but I won't keep it off consent.
All right. Any other comments? I don't see any. Well, clerk will call a roll.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
No.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Hicks, Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Hegner,
Yes.
Representative Kerwin,
Yes.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. Motion carries 17-1. Is there any objections going on consent? I don't see any. We're going to put it on consent and I'll write the report. At this time, I want to open up the executive session on HB 1145 and call on Representative Dumont for a motion.
I move ITL.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Representative Bollier seconds it. Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, this bill adds an unwarranted cost when we should be looking to reduce costs for housing. Therefore, I move ITL.
Representative Bollier.
Yeah, I concur with Representative Dumont's comments, and I would just add, why do we tax cigarettes? Because we want people to smoke less. Why would we tax housing production and real estate development unless we wanted less of it? So I think especially this bill will have serious unintended consequences if it were to be adopted. For that reason, I support ITL.
Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our conversations in caucus have actually been very similar to what was just stated. I think the only place where we differ is whether there's something here in terms of how do we generate revenue to support our affordable housing needs. I think we're supportive of further study on this bill, not because we think it as drafted is good policy, but there are a lot of ways we could look at narrowing the scope, for example, of the types of development where this would apply, where the funds are directed. So I think while we can't support this bill, we do support further exploration of a framework like this. So, thank you.
I thank you, Representative. I think this is one of the more radical ideas coming from the other side of the aisle. I think that there is absolutely no cap to the amount that could be charged. We're able to give municipalities unilateral control to charge as much fees as they want for a housing unit. This is going to basically halt all housing development in any town that wants to halt housing development. I don't even think this is worth an interim study. I think that I'm not in favor of generating more revenue for the state to then give to towns to drive up property taxes. That's not something that I personally support. I don't think we need to study this at all. I think it's a bad idea. Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just noting my agreement with some of your statements, such as your comment about the lack of a cap, and we agree on many of these points. Just wanted to note that.
Wonderful. All right. Any other comments? Seeing none, the motion is ITL.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
No.
Representative Newell,
No.
Representative Reed,
No.
Representative Gibbs,
No.
Representative Hicks,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
No.
Representative Hegner,
No.
Representative Kerwin,
No.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. Motion carries 11-7. Representative Dumont, did you make the motion?
Yes.
Would you like to write the report?
Of course.
And will there be a minority report?
I'll do the minority report of interim study.
Representative Page, minority report, the motion for the minorities interim study. Okay, at this time, I want to open up the executive session on HB 1171 and recognize Representative Aaron to make a motion.
I move we ITL this bill.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Miles. Representative Aaron, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I think this bill is unnecessary. When was the last time Social Security payments were delayed on a national basis? And if they were delayed because of an individual's misfiling, then that's not really a problem of the landlord. That is a problem of the tenant. So I think this bill is not necessary and could cause a lot of problems.
Representative Miles.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate the intent behind this bill, which I believe is motivated to protect and improve outcomes for some residents. Unfortunately, I think it's a one-size-fit-all, and for that reason, I support the ITL motion.
Representative Reed.
Thank you. So I have once again distributed an amendment that dealt with all of the issues that came up during the hearing, and there were issues. It was not workable the way it was written. In mine, and it's a very timely issue considering what we're going through right now. People are affected in their ability to pay for their rent. So in my amendment, just to briefly walk you through it, it fixes, this idea of whether or not Social Security, it's all federal assistance. It fixes who gets it. It's only people who have 50% or more of their income from federal assistance. It fixes the reason of the disruption, either a mass disruption or something not related to the tenant's fault or eligibility. And it gives a 9-month payback. So I think that's very, very reasonable. And it also makes it so that it's not worded so that they don't have to pay. Rather, it's an affirmative defense in eviction proceedings. But they would have 9 months to pay back that 90 days and before the landlord could take action over the 90 days. Of course, the landlord could always take action for any other reason.
Thank you, Representative Reed. You're welcome to offer your amendment if ITL fails.
Right.
Any other comments on this motion? Seeing none, we'll have the clerk call the roll.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
Yeah, I can
Representative Page,
Sorry, gosh, sorry.
ITL. I'm going to go no based on that basis.
Representative Reed. No, I'm sorry, Representative Newell,
No.
Representative Reed,
No.
Representative Gibbs, Representative Hicks.
No.
Representative Howland,
No.
Representative Hegner.
No.
Representative Kerwin.
No.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. Motion carries 10-8. Representative Aaron, you're responsible for the report. Will there be a minority report? Representative Kerwin, and the motion will be ought to pass with amendment. And do you have the amendment number?
0466H.
Perfect. 0466. Okay. H. All right. Just for the committee, we're going to take a break at 11:15 to accommodate Representative Reed again. But we'll keep going until then. At this time, I want to open up the executive session on HB 1371 and recognize myself for a motion. I move ITL. Is there a second? Representative Aaron, would you like to second it? All right, Representative Aaron, second. Real briefly, we had a very great compromise that finally got signed into law last year that deals with application fees, and there's really no need to make any changes to the current law. I think it's a common sense compromise between both parties. So ITL it is. Other comments? I don't see any, so when the clerk's ready, she'll call the roll.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
No.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Hicks,
No.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Hegner,
Yes.
Representative Kerwin,
Yes.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. Motion carries 16 to 2. Any objections going on consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll put this on consent. I'll write the report. I'm going to jump around a little bit because we might be a lot faster on some other ones. I want to open up the executive session on HB 1553 and call on Representative Minor for a motion.
I motion to ITL. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just think that
Hold on one second. Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Representative Reinford seconds it. Go ahead.
I feel like if the property owners are not feeling protected, they're going to be less likely to rent. That's it.
Thank you. Representative Reinford.
Having pets is a natural thing. Families, children grow up with pets. Adults have pets in their families. Empty nesters rely on pets to replace their children when they leave. The elderly community thrives, and they can continue to live their life when they have pets. And if in fact we end up making it harder for people to rent because there are additional fees, we've got financial issues, and I just think that the harder we make it for them, landlords will not want to rent, and therefore you're actually changing the way of life for people when you remove pets from their life. And so for that reason, I'm ITL on this.
Other comments? Representative Reed.
For all the reasons that the representative just stated, I support this bill. I do think that for the reasons that the representative stated, my original bill on this issue, which restricted a landlord's ability to restrict pets, would have been even better, because then you limit the amount of money that tenants have to pay, and they can still have their pets. But families are changing. More and more people are choosing not to have children and are having animals in their lives instead. It's been proven that this vastly increased people's health, including from a Ronald Reagan era study. When an elderly person has to give up their animal to go into a nursing home, their health declines rapidly. It's very basic to have an animal in your life. Most people, or many people, want that. So for those reasons, I don't see any reason why we should be restricting people's ability to have animals.
I'm glad you quoted a Ronald Reagan study, as my cat is also named Reagan, so I appreciate that. Okay. All right. I don't see any other comments. We'll have the clerk call the roll when she's ready.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
No.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Hicks,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Hegner,
Yes.
Representative Kerwin,
Yes.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. Motion carries 17-1. Is there objection? It's going on consent. I don't see any. This will go on consent. Representative Minor, would you like to write the report? I will assist you. No problems. All right. The last bill I'm going to call up before we take a break is HB 1814, and I'm going to call on Representative Bollier for a motion.
I move ITL, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Miles seconds it. Go ahead, Representative.
Right. So, I mean, this one again is another bill that has admirable intentions. I think this one, though, is really too much government. It really creates, a government plan, having everything feed into this government plan. And I can tell you that, I would honestly say in New Hampshire, our problem hasn't been we haven't had enough government planning. We've had government planning for decades. And the end result of that, unfortunately, has been a very severe housing shortage. I don't think 10-year plans and things like this and government reports are really what's going to build houses. What's going to build houses are individuals, families, developers, the free market, not government planning. So for that reason, I think that this communistic idea should be ITL.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Howland.
So I actually drafted an amendment with this, and I'm going to apologize. I was so busy hacking out parts of the original bill that were unworkable that OLS didn't include what I was really trying to get to the gem of it. So I absolutely agree with you. The first part, which is the 10-year plan, which was 4H:3-A, is a monstrous committee that's only going to have meetings and unlikely to get anything done. So I don't think it's a workable approach. I do think the one gem in there is the master planning preparation, which is RSA 674:3. Right now, it's extremely vague. It just says revisions to the plan recommended every 5 to 10 years and doesn't say anything really about that. As the bill was drafted, it would have required you to do the master plan every 10 years, and I'm mindful that that is a costly process. So in the amendment, what we really did is say that the planning board can determine how frequently they do revisions, and that's mindful of the fact that many planning boards do chapter by chapter that's occurring over time. And that the only mandate the state would be saying that if you have not done anything, no revisions at all for 10 years, that you actually take out your master plan, kind of dust it off, look it over, and see if you really need to revise it. It's kind of a look back in time. We changed it this way because as was written by making you do it every 10 years, and this is ringing from me from municipal and county, it was an unfunded mandate. This would not be an unfunded mandate. It would simply have you look at your master plan and say, do we need to fix it? I think a lot of municipalities already have qualified for these revisions because that was the housing opportunity grants that went into this. So that's the first part. The second was that at 5 years, you actually do a review of what you're doing. And the reason we picked 5 years is every 5 years statutorily, the regional planning does a housing needs assessment that you should be reading. And so this is not an onerous requirement. Actually, our planning board does a review every year of what they've done. But at 5 years, you'd look at, hey, have we accomplished anything? Did you pass any ordinances? Have you used any incentives? Have you actually built anything? And looking at the regional planning then lets you begin to focus, is your strategy not effective, and make changes. Again, in there too, there was a mindset that if you're a really busy municipality and your planning board has a lot on the table, that you could use the Housing Commission as an alternative. And this is statutorily created that could allow you to review all the things that are here, write the review, and present it to a planning board without totally gumming up your planning board occurring. And then the last thing was, and this really came up yesterday, there was a meeting of the regional planning for the Housing Stability Council.
And what came up is really trying to, and your point was we've done a lot of planning from the top, but we're not getting a lot of planning from the bottom coming up to the top. And so this would require that not really big report to go to the Office of Planning, because it really would help inform them of what's going on. And it kind of sits in the back of my mind. I think it was last year where I was talking to Representative Aaron, and I was telling him about like these overlays and all the things that we were doing in Durham and Dover. And he's like, look, we aren't really doing that. And so that information, whether you're not doing something or are doing something, going to regional planning really helps them see what's working and what's not working, and really helps them inform when you go to your regional planning or to your planning and are asking them for help or writing a check for them to help you, that they can be a lot more effective. So there really isn't a significant mandate here. It's just trying to clarify and help the planning process.
Thank you, Representative Howland. And if this motion fails, you're welcome to offer your amendment. The only other thing I want to say is this is an early bill. I would have loved to entertain more of this, but I just don't think we have enough time to get this through. I will also say that if anybody's watching, the commission has studied the Zoning Enabling Act as intently as they are the Housing Committee. They would know that this is something we brought up is some master plan reform. We found that some towns don't have master plans. Some haven't looked at them in years. I think there's a lot to talk about in that area. And I think I'm just one member of the commission, but I think that that's something that we're going to be talking about a lot more. So this idea is not dead with the bill, if that makes sense. All right. So with that, we'll have the clerk call the roll. Motion is ITO.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant, Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
No.
Representative Newell,
No.
Representative Reed,
No.
Representative Gibbs,
No.
Representative Hicks,
No.
Representative Howland,
No.
Representative Hegner,
No.
Representative Kerwin,
No.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. Motion carries 10-8. Representative Bolio will write the minority report. Will there be a minority report?
Representative Howland will write the minority report, and the amendment for reference is 0468H.
Beautiful. All right. So with that, we're going to be in recess for about 15 minutes to accommodate Representative Reed and the Municipal and County Committee, who does not work as efficiently as the Housing Committee. So All right, is everybody ready? Hopefully we'll have a long lunch. We only have a couple bills left. All right. At this time, I want to open up the executive session on HB 1598, and I want to call on Representative Dumont to make a motion and then talk about the work the subcommittee did. Representative Dumont moves OTP. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Bolio seconds. Okay. Is there a second to that? Representative Bolio seconds. Just say it.
Second that.
Okay. Perfect. You're welcome to speak to that, the amendment, and subcommittee work. Can you speak closer? Maybe I'm deaf. I don't know. Yeah. I don't think your mic's working. No. Here, you guys can share though.
Can you hear me now? There you go. All right, I just want to thank the subcommittee for all the work and the process that we went through, as well as the private sector. A lot of different thoughts went into this. We were able to handle a lot of concerns that was involved in this, and hopefully eliminate the fiscal note in totality. And we also eliminated the whole separate process and basically reworded RSA 540. I believe that everybody on both sides is happy with the compromise that was made here, and I'm happy to move this ball down the field.
Thank you. And the subcommittee recommended this amendment 3-0.
That is correct. Yeah, recommended unanimously.
Thank you. Other comments on the amendment? Representative Bollier.
I echo a lot of Representative Dumont's comments. I think this really was a nicely done and hardworking compromise. The only thing I would just comment on briefly is on page 3, which starts on line number 7, remove the discretionary stay down to 50 days. Kind of the thinking behind that was with the new no-fault eviction that we had, it just kind of echoes the same amount of time in that to where somebody's lease is not getting paid. So that was one of the reasons there. There is this kind of clawback to 75 days. Due to certain factors, quite a few factors that I sympathize with. I'm a really big fan of equality and everybody being treated equally. And I don't think it's necessarily fair that you could get an extra 15 days just because you don't speak English proficiently. I think that if somebody's going to get 75 days, especially because it's discretionary, the judge is already supposed to be evaluating circumstances like age or disability or difficulty finding a new place to live. I'd rather everyone be subject to the same standard. If that's 75 days, it's still a reduction from the 90 we have now. I still think that's a win. I would ideally prefer 60 across the board. I just don't think it's necessarily fair to give someone an advantage like that. I think it actually will have a perverse incentive of maybe some people not saying that they're going to be efficient people in the car.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Representative Bollier, and the key to a compromise is everybody walks away unhappy with a couple things. I actually agree with your position as well, but I just want to thank the housing provider community and New Hampshire legal assistants who did a lot of work behind the scenes. I think our subcommittee met for an hour total, so it wasn't really the legislators that did the hard work. Well, I certainly didn't, maybe others did, but it really was behind the scenes stakeholders, so thank you for the work that you've done. Any other comments on the amendment itself? All right, is the show of hands okay? All those in favor of amendment, what number?
No.
That's not that one.
0463.
All those in favor of amendment number 20260463H, please raise your hand now. Any opposed? It's unanimous. The amendment's been adopted. We're on the ought to pass as amended motion. Any other comments on it? I don't see any. Great. We'll have the clerk call the roll.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron.
Yes.
I don't know, can you all hear me?
We're having mic issues in here.
I'm like as close as I can get.
It's quiet when more than one is on. So
Good call. Representative Aaron.
Yes.
Representative Boyer.
Yes.
Representative Dumont.
Yes.
Representative Grant.
Yes.
Representative Miles. Representative Minor. Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page.
Yes.
Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Reed.
No.
Representative Gibbs. Representative Hicks.
No.
Representative Howland.
Yes.
Representative Hegner.
No.
Representative Kerwin.
Yes.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes.
Motion carries 15-3. I believe 3 is the maximum number we can to put on consent. Are there objections to this going on consent? Seeing none, we'll put it on consent. I have to verify because it is a early bill with a fiscal note, so I have to call Paul, as they say. All right. Next up, I'd like to open up the executive session on HB 1499 and recognize Representative Bollier for a motion.
I move OTP, Mr. Chairman.
And I'll second that. Would you like to offer an amendment?
Yes, I move the committee adopt amendment 2026-0490H.
And I'll second that as well. You're welcome to speak to this, Representative.
Yeah, thank you. So this again is something where, based on testimony and based on some of the legal aspects with the original bill, this was an amendment that was looking to incorporate some of that feedback from testimony. So what this has done is it creates 2 new sections in RSA 542 that are possible justifications for termination of tenancy. One of them is using a personal identification that doesn't belong to the tenant. And so basically using a fake ID or using a fake name, basically that's either going to be identity theft or fraud or what have you. The second one adds a little, breaks down certain criminal offenses or convictions that would be justifications. So one of them is improper entry by alien under 8 U.S.C. section 1325A. That actually is a federal immigration crime. It is a misdemeanor. And I added, based on fair housing standards, I added a 3-year look back period to that. So it's not an indefinite thing, but if within the previous 3 years somebody is convicted, not charged, not arrested, convicted of this federal misdemeanor, then that could possibly be used. Moving on, if there's anything from a state, federal, tribal court with a maximum penalty in 1 year, so in other words, what the feds consider a felony, then there's a 5-year look back period on that. And then any offense when someone's a sexual offender, as long as they're on the registry prior to the, as long as they're on the registry when the eviction notice itself is served, or if they're an offender against children when the eviction notice is served, those would also be justifications. And the time period on this, I actually looked at how public housing authorities in other states. So other states, I believe I looked at the New York City public housing standards, and this is actually their standards. So if you're a felon, depending on the class of felony, you're not eligible for public housing with a 5-year look back. If you have most misdemeanors, it's a 3-year look back. If you're a sexual offender, as long as you're required to register, it's an absolute bar to getting housing. So I thought that really struck the balance with fair housing concerns, but also with public safety concerns. There is a little bit of a safe harbor provision for a tenant that, let's say they're turning over a new leaf and landlord wants to give them a chance. That's section 2. Any conviction that's disclosed in writing prior to the start of the tenancy, if that conviction was disclosed in writing and they enter into a tenancy, then the landlord can't choose to evict them for that reason. That's really an opportunity for somebody to come clean. But if somebody is, let's say, hiding their past, maybe it doesn't come up on a background check, but they are going to be a problematic tenant, and they didn't disclose it, then there's still an opportunity to get that person out. I also added a severability provision. If any part of this, let's say due to judicial review, is viewed as unenforceable, hopefully it'll retain some of the other reasons that somebody could have their tenancy ended. And then finally, on the beginning of the second page, this allows bifurcation. So let's say just one tenant is a problem or is subject to this, they could actually move just to evict that one person versus the entire household or all the occupants. So it allows bifurcation, very similar to what we already have with somebody accused of somebody convicted of domestic violence.
Thank you, Representative Bollier. I think that really clears up a lot of the issues that were raised in the public hearing. I think it, as the prime sponsor, I think it accomplishes what the goal of the legislation was. So I want to thank you as an attorney and others for fixing my mistakes. Go ahead.
And I also added, going back, so it's not just improper entry. So there are several other immigration crimes. Those are all felonies. They all have penalties. So they would be subject under K1B. So if, let's say, you're harboring, if you are bringing people into the country to sexually exploit them, anything like that, that would still be covered under B.
Thank you. Are there other comments on this amendment? Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the work that went into this amendment. I particularly appreciate, some of the clarifications that have been made. I think and I'm going to support it regardless. But I have, if I may ask a question of Rep. Bollier, I am curious about the way we're defining any crime in state, federal, or tribal court where the maximum penalty provided is imprisonment in excess of 1 year. I'm just curious if there are offenses that would get swept up in that really don't have a bearing on sort of the safety of other tenants or, valid health issues. I think this is a vast improvement over the bill as introduced. It does address a lot of the issues that came up in the hearing. But I'm just curious about the decision to frame it that way and whether we might unintentionally be, giving grounds for eviction that don't really affect other folks that might be in the building.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I appreciate that. And that's something that I really struggled with because there's a lot of potential crimes out there. Different areas, different states define them different ways. So I didn't want to, let's just say, come up with a bright line list and then say, oh, well, actually, technically, it's this other thing. And so, if you're described as a felon, let's say, you're going to go purchase a firearm and you have to, fill out a 4473. If you're a felon, this is the standard of, a crime with a penalty where the maximum penalty is over 1 year. This statute shouldn't be read on its own. You also have to understand it within the context of federal fair housing laws. So if a landlord is going to exclude people or evict people, that also has to comport with federal fair housing standards. And that has to have some kind of reasonable basis to where this is actually serving legitimate landlord purpose. Otherwise, they'd be violating fair housing. So I think any landlord that says any kind of felony completely unrelated to the tenancy, I'm just going to use that as an excuse, I think they really run into some fair housing issues there.
Good.
Thank you. Do you think there's a risk that we're going to create a situation where folks are inadvertently violating fair housing standards because they think they're covered here?
Yeah, so thank you for the follow-up question. So we don't promulgate a state rental application. So if you have a rental application and your rental application is on its face intentionally or unintentionally violating fair housing, you could get yourself into a lot of trouble. You could put an ad on Facebook saying, I'm looking for this kind of tenant for a Christian household or whatever, and you could inadvertently be violating fair housing standards. They don't have a government review. So could somebody get in trouble? Yeah, somebody could get in trouble, but at the end of the day, I think landlords are ultimately going to be responsible for their own behavior and for complying with federal law.
Other comments on the amendment? Questions? I don't see any. Do you want a roll call on this amendment, Representative? No? Okay, is this show of hands okay? All right, all those in favor of amendment number 0490H, please raise your hand. Any opposed? I don't see any opposition. Amendment carries. So now we're at the ought to pass as amended motion. Is there discussion on this? Okay. Seeing none, we'll have the clerk call the roll. No problem.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
No.
Representative Newell,
No.
Representative Reed,
No.
Representative Gibbs, Representative Hicks,
No.
Representative Howland,
Nope.
Representative Hegner,
No.
Representative Kerwin,
No.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. I thought I was going to get you guys on that one.
Better.
All right. Motion carries 10-8. Representative Bolio, you're responsible for the report. Will there be a minority report? Representative Page is going to write the minority report. All right. The last bill that I have is HB 1732. Who did I have on the list?
Wow.
Representative Miles, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move HB 1732 ITL.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Okay. Thank you. Moved by Representative Miles, second by Representative Aaron. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, again, with respect to the compassion meant in the intent of this bill and true hardships that tenants do face, this particular bill puts the onus squarely on the housing provider, which is not sustainable, and therefore we should continue to look at other options.
Any other comments?
Yes, besides what Representative Miles has just said, I think the math in this bill doesn't add up because 5% of 7 units, which is talks about 6 or more units, is 0.35 of a unit. And you can't really regulate 0.35 of a unit. 5% of 20 units is 1. That would be the minimum that you should be using here. So for those reasons, I support the ITL motion.
All right. Any other comments? Representative Page.
I have an amendment, as always. It seems to be the theme of today. So I want to make a couple points about this bill. I think none of us can support it as it was introduced, but I have some concern about the way we continue to kick the can when it comes to disability housing issues. We had a commission to study this a couple years ago. They ended up not issuing a final report because they kept not being able to produce a quorum. So it seems like we continue to not deal with this issue. And I think one of the things that resonated with me most in the hearing, I think it was the folks from Able, New Hampshire, who really made the point that it is so much more expensive to rehab these buildings to meet these needs later. And we in this committee are spending all this time trying to drive supply. So the idea that we will wait another 2 years or 5 years to try to address this problem, to me, is a foolish delay because it means it's going to be more expensive to try to solve this problem down the road. So recognizing I'm probably not going to get the chance to introduce this amendment, but what I would propose would be a more of incentive-based solution where we use tools like 79E or Housing Champions to let municipalities provide incentives to developers to make units that are accessible. So that's my goal in taking that approach.
Thank you, Representative Page. And if this motion fails, you're welcome to offer your amendment. If there's no other comments, we'll have the clerk call the roll.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bullier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
No?
Representative Newell,
No.
Representative Reed,
No.
Representative Gibbs, Representative Hicks,
No.
Representative Howland,
Nope.
Representative Hegner,
No.
Representative Kerwin,
No.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. Motion carries 10-8. We'll have Representative Miles write the majority report. And will there be a minority report?
There will be the amendment is 0456H. I had planned to write this, but I think I'm up to 4 or 5 now. Is there any volunteer who would like to write this one inside? Yeah. Okay, great. Rep. Howland will write the minority report. Thank you all.
All right, so that completes our business in the executive session. 5 minutes early, we're gonna have a full lunch today. I just want the committee to know that I plan on, in conferring with the prime sponsor of HB 1295, he wanted accommodation for this, so I'm gonna recess that from 2:30 till next week at 2:30. I can't do that now, but we're gonna have kind of an early day because that's the last hearing of the day. So we'll see everybody back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. All right, the time being 1:02, I'm going to open up the public hearing on HB 1619 and recognize Representative Julia Sodi, the prime sponsor. Welcome to House Housing. A new face in House Housing. Welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be here. For the record, Julia Soti, representing Londonderry and Windham. I put together this bill originally as a property owner's bill of rights because it looks like we've been having a housing shortage. We have probably some of the oldest housing stock in the country. And many believe that we have overbearing zoning laws, and we've also had some HOA creep into these zoning laws. So I used individual property rights and free market guidelines to put it together. It keeps in place the health, safety, and infrastructure issues, and I think that the way it's put together would be helpful for the little guy for the most part, because they're the ones that are like, when they hit a zoning department or the planning boards, they're the ones that get intimidated a lot. But if we streamline it, I think it would be easier for them. Of course, the larger developers, they need to deal with the health, safety, and infrastructure issues, so those are still there for the communities to work with. It's a broad issue, and I think it's a lot to digest, so let's go into Q&A.
All right. Do we have any questions for Representative Sodi? I will start. So I like a lot of the concepts in this bill. I think a lot of the things in this bill are kind of, there's like a commission to study the evolution of the Zoning Enabling Act that I think will like help deal with some of the concerns and some of the things in this bill. My main question is relative to the repealing of the workforce housing program. Can you talk to me a little bit about why you decided to include it? And
Well, I believe in free markets, and I think workforce housing develops on its own, because today's luxury housing generally turns into tomorrow's workforce housing, and it's just a natural evolution of the way a free market would naturally work. That's why it cuts through both parties. Well, there's a lot of people who say they don't want it in their backyard, whether they're Democrat or they're Republican. So I figured, let's not game the system this way. Let's let it happen natural.
okay, thank you. Representative Kerwin.
So I live in Manchester, and yesterday I was just happening to speak to my next door neighbor who's a real estate agent. And one of the things she was complaining about in Manchester is that we have a glut of apartments that currently have just come onto the market, but none of them are affordable housing. And a lot of them are actually sitting empty right now. And what she's finding is that there is like a lack of affordable housing in Manchester right now. And I was just wondering, I feel like, I know you say the free market will take care of that. However, she was saying none of the landlords are dropping the rent on these vacant apartments right now. So
The pain will come. That's they're going to need to drop rents. If you're not, I don't want to sit there with an empty apartment. That's just the way it works. I'm a landlord, by the way.
Other questions? I don't see any. Thank you,
Really?
Representative.
Come on. All right.
Thank you. If we have any, we'll email you as well. Peter Rondo.
Thank you, sir, for having this hearing. I'm Peter Rondo. Looks like it's on. I'm in Brookline, New Hampshire. I also separately serve as the president of the New Hampshire Vacation Rental and Tourism Association. So I'm kind of speaking. Yes. Is that better? So Peter Rondo, Brookline, New Hampshire. Also separately serve as the president of the New Hampshire Vacation Rental and Tourism Association. And so I speak from a couple different perspectives. For one, I see this as essential to every property owner's rights to codify what should be there in the first place. We're facing a situation in Brookline, New Hampshire, where there's a group of 23 homes at the moment where the town of Brookline has claimed to be the landlord over those homes, and has created a lease situation that restricts the rights of those homeowners so that they cannot vote in town or send their kids to school. And they claim to have the authority to do that. Sorry, they do that even they claim that they don't even have the authority to do it. So this would at least codify some of the rights that should be there over your own privately owned home. The other perspective that I want to bring is the short-term rental context for the vacation rental owners as well. So what we see a lot of times in these towns, in these issues where somebody in either planning or zoning or in a position in one of these local towns, they have an issue with a short-term rental, whether it's their neighbor or some other reason for not wanting them in town, and they work to get some type of bill or ordinance passed in the town. What ends up happening from that is then the owners end up getting together, bring a lawsuit to the town, one way or another ends up costing the taxpayers money on both sides of the aisle based on some person's opinion on what should happen in short-term rentals, not necessarily everybody's. So what this would do is it would bring it back to the individual property owners to decide what to do with their property as long as it aligns with state law. The other point I wanted to bring to this is that I know some people will say this goes against what we would call local control. And I would just say that this brings it to the most local level that you can, which is you decide what to do with your property. And I think that's something that we need to really consider, because local control, in my perspective, is a little bit of a puppet show, because we are a Dillon's Rule state anyway, and local control has to follow state law. So we still, yes, we get a say in what we're doing, but it still follows what these boards and these committees have already decided needs to happen. And the last thing that I would say to this is that if we go a direction with something like this, one of the things that we're going to have to consider is what type of accountability and enforcement is available for things like this. For in a situation like Brookline, New Hampshire, where we have our house and we have active litigation over these issues, they've admitted they don't have the authority to do a thing, and then they do a thing. My right of action is only through a civil process, which costs me $15,000 to $20,000 per issue if I hire it out. I have 50 or 60 issues of things that they're violating. If we do something like this and we codify the rights of an owner, we also need a lower level to accountability to go along with it. So that's the last thing I have to say. If I would recommend that if we could, I don't know the workforce housing part and the benefits of that for or against it. So I just only want to speak on the first part. And if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Bob Quinn.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Quinn. I'm the CEO of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. There is much to like in this bill, especially the property owner's Bill of Rights in Section 1. And I would even point to Roman numerals 1, 2, and 3 as being particularly well crafted. However, on its whole, we are opposed to the bill. We oppose provisions that eliminate all statutory references and programs related to workforce and affordable housing. Removing these statutory language and programs will undoubtedly diminish the number of affordable and workforce housing that are being constructed in the state. If you eliminate sort of the statewide framework for developing these units, we are concerned that you will inadvertently incentivize municipalities, in fact, to further restrict property rights. Municipalities, we hear the arguments quite frequently that new projects that are being developed are not created to target those in the affordable price range. It's very difficult, I think, for the private sector in this environment to do so, and so forth. These programs really help to produce these units. Towns may, if this were to pass, look to increasing zoning restrictions, may deny projects, ad hoc affordability requirements in order to meet their housing criteria and goals. Specifically, just a couple, I won't go into all of them, but if you eliminate RSA 674-17, Roman numeral 4, we think that will only encourage age-restricted housing over general workforce housing. Likewise, if you eliminate 674-58-61, the workforce housing statute, we think that's a step in the wrong direction. And also keep in mind, that's not just rental properties, that's also for sale properties. So it also guarantees that single-family properties are also created in municipalities at more affordable price range. I will remind everybody that last week, the New Hampshire Department of Business and Economic Affairs released permitting data across the state, and they reported that in each year from 2020 to 2024, single-family permits actually declined. In fact, 20% fewer single-family permits were created in 2024 as opposed to 2020. During that same period, median sales price went up 60%. So we really need to make sure that we're incentivizing, ensuring that not just rental market, but also the sale market is protected. So I appreciate your listening to me. And
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Representative Polio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. My question is, if the provisions about repealing workforce housing and some of the other RSAs in there, if that were removed and this was left to just a property owner's Bill of Rights, would the realtors be in support of the bill?
I think that I want to take a look at all of the different provisions, but I think we could enthusiastically support such a bill. I'm happy to work with the committee if that's the direction you want to head in.
All right, I see no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brody DeShays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee. I'm going to move this up so it's closer to us so you guys can hear us better. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for taking my testimony this afternoon. For the record, Brody DeShays, I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are opposed to House Bill 1619 as introduced. So Section 1 of the bill establishes a new chapter of law that will essentially nullify most existing zoning ordinances and based on how they were adopted. On page 1, lines 20 through 23, it would change the legal standard for the types of municipal zoning ordinances that could exist, limiting these ordinances to a new vague standard and requirements. For example, what is a, quote, minimum standard to protect public health, safety, and welfare, end quote. We have well-established case law on which types of regulations constitute a regulatory taking and impede on a property owner's individual property rights. And this provision of the bill suggests that the current standards need to be even more minimalistic versus what the New Hampshire Supreme Court or Superior Courts or the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled. Additionally, the current adoption for zoning ordinances constitutes a, quote, transparent and predictable municipal regulations, end quote, because public hearings and input are required, as well as a public vote by the legislative body. So this is all done publicly, and there's extensive requirements for posting these things, having hearings, and receiving feedback, and ultimately the legislative body, which is typically the voters in the municipality, voting on these changes to any regulatory zoning ordinances. Page 1, lines 29 and 30 would nullify all ordinances related to short-term rentals and potentially allow rented properties to be used in ways that violate local zoning ordinances. I'll go to page 2. Page 2, lines 1 and 2 are confusing because what is excessive property taxes and how can a property tax be discriminatory? Municipalities can only tax property owners as state law permits. So the state law currently requiring is the state law currently requiring discriminatory property taxes? The courts have ruled on numerous occasions that that's not the case. Page 2, lines 3 and 4 are wholly unnecessary because there is an entire chapter of state law, RSA Chapter 676, dedicated to appeals to zoning ordinances and local administrative procedures. There's already extensive procedures for notifying abutters, public input, public postings, public votes, and even further appeals beyond that to the judicial system. Page 2, lines 9 and 10 would require the New Hampshire court system to review every zoning warrant article proposed in New Hampshire. These 2 lines alone probably warrant some sort of fiscal note, because imagine every court would need to review every proposed zoning amendment change every single year. Additionally, it's unclear what courts would review every zoning warrant article prior to voting. Additionally, cities don't have an annual warrant or warrant articles, so it seems as if they would presumably be exempt. So cities wouldn't have to have their warrant articles reviewed by courts, unspecified courts, but towns would. Lines 11 through 13, page 2, lines 11 through 13 would prohibit municipalities from providing local appropriations or tax incentives such as property tax exemptions to incentivize specific housing development, such as but not limited to workforce and affordable housing development, which many of our members would like to incentivize. The rest of the bill seeks to end any state support to developers or municipalities to incentivize the development of workforce housing or affordable housing, which we would oppose because it would limit a municipality's ability to incentivize this type of development if it chooses to do it, and limit state resources that are vital to making these projects a reality. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but there's too many technical issues, we believe, to move forward with this bill as currently crafted. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Reed.
Thank you for taking my question. On page 1, line 22, Roman numeral 4. So this would allow property owners to develop their land for whatever commercial use that they wanted to without any restrictions on what kind of commercial use. Would potentially industrial be included in this?
Tough to say. I would say heavy commercial use, yes. Industrial use, no. But any commercial use should be a little bit concerning, because one, that's people taking now residential properties and converting them into commercial by right, which will limit the amount of housing in the state. And it could also be very incompatible commercial uses in residential neighborhoods. And I don't really need to get into specifics, but I think the committee is mature enough to understand what I could be alluding to, those types of uses.
Follow up.
Thank you. I was also concerned. I thought that was what it was saying. And then on page 2, line 1, Roman numeral 8, when it says that the property taxes won't be excessive, I think everybody can agree they shouldn't be excessive, but we have different definitions. But discriminatory, would this mean like towns wouldn't be able to adopt like property tax relief for elderly or disabled people like they currently do?
Thank you for the question, Representative Reed. I'm not entirely sure about the intent behind this line because it's just so open-ended and vague, but I think some could try to interpret it that way. And frankly, right now our property tax system, while it does create, the way we currently tax Granite Staters does create a disproportionate burden on property taxpayers, but that does not make it discriminatory. It is a public policy choice that property taxes, that we raise revenues primarily through local governments that provide the majority of services in the state.
Other questions? Representative Bollier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So I know that you, on behalf of NHMA, have come before this committee and testified on a number of bills. And I know that oftentimes the direction maybe this committee goes is not necessarily the way that NHMA wants things to go. So it's sometimes hard for me to gauge the intensity or the level of dislike that NHMA might have for a particular bill. Would it be accurate to say that this bill in particular might be NHMA's least favorite bill before the committee this year?
On a scale of 1 to 10.
Thank you, Representative Bollier. And the prime sponsor asked me before, does NHMA hate this bill? And I said, hate is a strong word. I prefer not to use hate because, I don't think in the legislative process we should be hateful. We do very much dislike this bill and do not see how we could possibly move forward in any demonstrable way where NHMA could even get to neutral. This would upend land use law as known in America and our state on its head.
That was a helpful question. Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, too, I think we've tried to tone down our testimony when we come in front of the committee, so it's good that Representative Bollier can tell that we have vehement dislike for the bill. We're trying to be objective.
I really sincerely appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, Nick Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Nick Taylor. I'm the Director of Housing Action New Hampshire. We're a pro-homes advocacy organization across the state. So we also have concerns about this bill. With regards to the sort of property owners' rights section, similar to Mr. Quinn, I think there are some elements of this that we would be completely supportive of, especially when it comes to health and safety and reasonable freedoms for folks to do what they want within their property rights. We do think the Zoning Enabling Act Commission, which we are following closely in the great work of the chairman, is doing a lot of that to look at some of these questions, and that is probably the better venue for this than trying to pass a standalone bill. Let that commission play itself out. There are certainly some elements of that we do have some concerns around. We do think incentives have a place in this conversation. We think there's a lot of communities, Salem, Rochester, Manchester, others, who have used things like 79E, who have used things like the TIF districts really effectively, and that there are some provisions in that property rights section that would make those impossible to move forward. The bigger issue we have is within the repeal of the workforce housing law. I think it's important for the committee to remember the workforce housing law, as in statute, does not subsidize anything. It does not have any appropriation. There are budget decisions that go into funds that may use the workforce housing law to meet affordability requirements, but the law itself has no financial implications. It does provide a really important framework for municipalities that are looking to incentivize certain types of housing, looking at density bonuses, looking at other types of relief, to have some sort of affordability metric that they can look to. And I think this committee has had a lot of discussion about what it looks like when there is not some sort of metric that folks can look to, and the ability to, not have any guardrails on fees or not have any guardrails on what could be required. And so that framework, I think, is really important. Again, I think the law is working well. In some ways, we think the law could have more teeth if the committee wanted to look at the workforce housing law, but we do not think repealing it at a time when we really need places for our police officers, our firefighters, our teachers, retail workers to work is the right call. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 1619? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on 1619. We have 7 minutes before the next hearing. The time being 1:35, I'm going to open up the public hearing on HB 1713 and recognize the prime sponsor, Vice Chairman Brian Cole.
Hello, for the record, State Representative Brian Cole, Hillsborough 26. So I just passed out an amendment to everybody. This is what I had originally intended with this bill. I'll give you the background on it and where this came from. The NHDOT has about 700 properties that were sitting on it here in the state of New Hampshire. We're not doing anything with them. These are properties that are around exit ramps and stuff like that they built infrastructure on. So it's just like surplus land. We want to allow that land to be sold back to the municipalities, if not the municipality, then to a developer to either build whatever, industrial, economic, housing, any kind of thing like that. So some of these properties are huge. They're over 100 acres. And so that's the basic of the bill. What originally came out of OLS is terrible. It's not what I had intended at all. So basically, I just want to allow the NHDOT to sell these properties back to the municipalities or a developer in the state of New Hampshire, and then have that money go back to the NHDOT because they need the funds in order for the highway projects and everything like that they're trying to do here in the state. That's the basic of the bill.
Thank you, Representative Cole. Representative Reed.
Thank you for taking my question. I like the concept. I wonder about the idea of it, if it's sold to the municipality, then sold to a developer, and then eventually the final person buying a home is paying that much extra. Would it be unwieldy to just have individuals be able to buy that land?
I would imagine if the municipality didn't want it, and if a developer didn't want it, it would go out to public. Sure.
Follow up.
Thank you. Why do they get first dibs, I guess?
The municipality, by law, the municipality has the first right refusal on that land.
Well, why do developers
And
get
then it would go to developers. Then it can go to whomever.
this?
That's the way it's written.
I don't see it written like that. I'm not looking.
To
I'm looking
clarify
at-
my
Go
question,
ahead.
why would you give it so that developers have first dibs over regular people who are just trying to buy a lot of land to build a house on?
Well, throw the one over to Dylan.
Okay. Representative Dumont.
Would it be fair to say that what you're talking about is that it would go to a private entity, whether that be a developer or a single individual, as Representative Reed is talking about?
Yes, that's more clear.
Representative Thaxton.
Well, on that same, where I've been involved with this as a selectman, we put it on the open market. It could be a developer, it could be Bob and Mary Smith. We're just selling off the asset. I assume from my reading of the bill, you're saying developer, but it's really not, it's not restricted to that.
Correct.
Representative Gibbs.
Whoops, and thank you, Representative Cole. I have a couple of questions. The title of the bill starts with relative to zoning conformity, and I apologize if I've missed something, but I don't see anything in the text of the bill.
OLS quite possibly gave this the worst title of a bill possible.
Okay,
So
so
that is why when I wrote the amendment, I changed the title to relative to sale of surplus state land.
Okay, that
State-owned
makes
land.
sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, my other question has to do with page 1, line 20. Oh, no, sorry, line 21, where you refer to the percent of the median income for determining when a person or when a household is moderate income, but you deleted the provision that this would be 80% or 140% of the median income of the geographic area in which they reside. Why did you take that out?
Thank you for your question. And to answer your question, if you look at the amendment replaces everything after the title of the bill. So none of that will be in the bill anymore.
Ah, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't see it as replacing all after the enacting clause.
No problem.
So it's just for
Just
the
allowing
sale,
it's allowing the state-owned land to sell
for
the
housing.
properties back.
Yep.
You know, do something with that property instead of just sitting it on the books for the state of New Hampshire. And hopefully most of it's with the NHGOT It'll give them the money to build the highways and stuff, the projects they've been putting off because they don't have the funds to do it. That's why I wrote specifically that when the land gets sold, it goes back to the agency where it came from.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Representative Beaulieu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Maybe just for the clarity of the committee, can you contrast the way things would work proposed under your amendment versus how things are now? Like now, if DOT has land that they want to sell, what happens to the funds? You know, how does it work currently?
It goes through quite a lengthy process, and it has to go through the executive council, right? And it's been held up. There's been many instances where maybe the housing wanted to do something with it, and it gets held up for a couple of years, and they're just sitting on this property. I think that's a big distinction.
Representative Dumont.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Do you believe that this would solve multiple issues, and of those, two of them being one, putting properties back on the tax rolls for municipalities to generate income, as well as generate income for DOT to fulfill or find funding to fulfill projects?
Yes, thank you for your question. The answer is yes.
Thank you.
Other questions for our witness? I don't see any. Thank you,
Thank
Representative.
you.
Eric Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I have copies of my testimony being passed out here now. First, my name, I want to introduce myself, is Eric Sargent, Department of Transportation Administrator for the Bureau of Right-of-Way. I want to first say that the department does not take a position on this proposed bill, but only wanted to provide some information to be considered. Currently, federal regulations and state statute require land acquired with federal state highway funds and turnpike funds to be sold at current market value. However, if the property is, the surplus property is, will be used as a public benefit, there are current federal regulations that will allow for, if it's a social, environmental, or economic benefit, the property may be conveyed less than fair market value. When the property has been determined by the Department of Transportation to be surplus, we first must notify the municipalities with the property where the property is located per state statute. DOT also notifies New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority before marketing to the property to the public. Per state statute, any proceeds from the sale of surplus property must be returned to the original funding source, either federal or state highway funds or turnpike funds, to be used on future New Hampshire Turnpike, New Hampshire transportation projects. It is true that property, the values have increased from the original acquisition cost, but so have the cost of constructions, materials associated with transportation projects. Any reduction in the funding has direct impact on New Hampshire DOT's ability to maintain, construct, or improve roads and bridges of the New Hampshire transportation program, transportation system. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. My question is I'm referring to the amendment only. All this amendment would do is basically say that if you sold property at fair market value, it must go back to the highway fund or whatever fund, like DOT. That's the way I'm reading the amendment. Is that correct?
Thank you for your question. Yes, I believe, I mean, that is the department's main concern, that yes, the money goes back to the fund so it can be used for transportation projects.
That's a concern, or is that you're okay with that?
We're okay with that if that is, yes, it as long as it goes back to the funds that it originally came out of. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Representative Dumont.
Do you have any other suggestions that might help speed up this process?
Thank you for your question. Just for clarification, as far as the surplus disposal process, well, the department has taken the initiative to look at the process and try to make it as lean as far as, efficient as possible. We have our internal steps, eliminated some of those steps there, but we do have to meet with the long-range capital. First, we have to go through the long-range capital planning utilization committee to get their approval for sale, and then after that would be governor and council. So there are limited times that the committee meets, the long-range committee meets. If there's more opportunities for them to meet, it would potentially expedite our disposal process.
All right. I don't see any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Mayberry.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Committee. My name is Matt Mayberry. I'm the CEO of the New Hampshire Home Builders Association. It's a great day to be in New Hampshire. I redrafted my comments on this from a phone call I got this morning. There is a company in northern New Hampshire who's looking for 20 places to live for their employees to live. If they can't find them, they're going to move. So they asked me to call through and ask my developers, do you have 20, 25 units that they can come in and buy to live in? This is a real big problem. It's time to stop moving in inches and start moving in miles. As written, we oppose the bill because we think it can be so much more. We think that the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority should be the arbiter of some of this land. The question we have is this going to be for single-family homes or for multifamily homes? Is this going to be for ownership or is this going to be for rental? My thought for you folks to consider is if it's state land, then they become almost their own micro TIFs, and that you place deed restrictions on them that municipalities have to accept in order to accept the land, such as tenth of an acre lots. Because the number one driving force and expense in developing land is the acquisition of that land. If you can take that 100-acre parcel and the state of New Hampshire says, we'll transfer it to you if you're going to build small homes on a slab, 2 or 3 bedrooms, and you can keep them under $350,000 for sale, we'll give you the land. Keep the price low. By deed restriction, you can cap how much someone can profit off of the sale in the special housing TIF that you could create. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we're doing a really good job of helping create rentals. Let's create some generational wealth. Let's create neighborhoods and not visitors. We're doing a lot for apartments, little for ownership. Think big, think bold. This is your one chance to do this. We also want to know who would pay the real estate transfer tax. If there would be, the real estate transfer tax, specialized zones. And I know there's state and highway funds involved, but it is for the greater good. What could happen is that you folks dispose of the land. It goes to the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority. They put an RFP out. We have 50 acres in Ashland. What are your thoughts for this? And they submit it. It could be for a single family house lot. It could be for 50 units. You folks, through the Housing Authority, put deed restrictions on there. Tiny lots, density, multifamily. Whatever you want. This is a great start, but it's a start. So we oppose it as written, but we love the concept and we love to work with the sponsors and everyone, this committee. Think big, think bold. This is your chance. But think about ownership, not rentals. Please. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I'm really, honestly moved by what you're saying here. I represent Conway. We have a ton of DOT land. I can't tell you the number of times, like even just sitting in chamber, where I will get a text from somebody saying, I can't believe that this piece of land just went to an abutter, you know, when it could have been used for X, Y, and Z. And I just want to say thank you for your testimony. I think we are not thinking big enough. So I guess my question for you is just, you know, are you willing to sit down and try to work with us on some of these ideas?
So much so that the last session I created the Homes for Heroes bill that was introduced in the Senate that talked about this exactly. It's tenth of an acre lots on a slab. Tenth of an acre is enough for you to have a playground, and a place for a dog to go, and a barbecue grill. That's all you need to get started. And it'd be capped at, say, 7% appreciation for X number of time. And it has to be sold to an owner occupied. Because what's happened is, I've also been a realtor for 35 years, as I know the representative has also for a long time. When you get that new construction, your biggest profit margin is on the first resale. I don't want to have it where you come in and buy a place for $300,000, you live there for 2 years, and you flip out of it for $525,000. That's not the intent of public land being used for public good. It should be you buy for $300,000, you get to sell it for arbitrary number $345,000, and you're capped. You pay it down, you pay your mortgage down, you don't take the equity out, whatever you want to do. But the next person comes in at $345,000, and they take it to say $380, arbitrary numbers. But this builds you that generational wealth. It builds you that ability to have a down payment for your next home. This is for that missing middle. Everyone keeps talking about cops and firefighters and teachers and National Guard members. Let's get them a place, but let's own it. Because we're doing a really good job of making a lot of my developers wealthy by developing multifamily units. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's what the market's looking for. But I want neighborhoods, not visitors. So make the restrictions. It's your Christmas list. It's your land. You're the stewards of it. Protect it, value it, but understand the value of it and what could be used to transform the state. In case you didn't guys, I get a little passionate about this one because I can see the possibility out there.
Representative Thaxton.
This is more, I don't agree with a number of things you've said. I like the spirit of it. And so the first part is what you have described is a problem that we all agree about on the missing middle. And the program you've described is called the Montgomery County, Maryland Moderately Priced Dwelling Unit Program. And it has addressed very successfully, in much the way you've described it, the way to develop houses that are accessible to teachers and firefighters and so forth. That's one thing. So if anybody's interested, go look up how the Montgomery County, Maryland program works. But have you considered the fact that you're talking about 50-acre lots, and perhaps in Conway you have those. We have highway right-of-ways and things in Cheshire County, and they're 8,000 feet long and 100 feet wide. You're not going to, it doesn't call out to a new Levittown, which is what you're describing. I mean, sometimes these properties aren't developable in that way. So the bill, as Representative Cole, as I understand his intent was simply to put these things on the market, free up the assets, give the cash back to NHDOT, and let the market sort it out. Do you think that that is not good methodology?
I think it's great methodology, and we should look at all of the above. Because one thing I do want to stress is that these will be owner occupied. We talk about those little stranded lots, and we've all seen about them in commercial zones, in industrial parks. They're stranded lots. That could be a great place for when New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority looks at this and says, it's too small, it's too big, it's in the wrong area, but why couldn't an Aroma Joe's go in there or a Dunkin' Donuts? Put it back on the rolls, market, and let it sell.
Well, then why do you feel the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority is in a position to manage these assets? Because that's not a business that they're in at this time.
I respectfully disagree because they're in the business of housing.
They're in the business of finance. They're a lender.
Correct. That generates housing.
Directed towards housing, yes.
Yes, sir. But it's one where we're not doing it now. It's cumbersome. We're trying to get through the DOT process. There has to be a point of contact for this to be cleared out through, because right now, sir, please correct me, if I'm wrong, we're not doing it now. It's kind of go through DOT, hope things get taken care of, There's no place for the regular consumer, an individual, to go look for this. I couldn't tell you what's for sale from DOT and what's not. There's no clearinghouse for the general public to get access to this information.
Well, I don't think that that's, and the DOT maybe can address this. In my own experience, I've never purchased a piece of property from the DOT, but I have seen it happen in my town, where they were going to build a bypass, and now they're not going to build a bypass. So they've sold off property, and they must have some methodology that they pick a real estate agent and they list it with them, and it goes on the market and they sell it to the open market.
But I think also from this committee and in that disposition of land, there should be some tight time parameters, because no matter what, if they give it back or sell it to the municipality to liquidate, there should be some lever on there that has to be moved forward within 2 years, 3 years, whatever that number could be, because a municipality could take, whether it be 8,000 square feet or 80 acres, and just hold it and say, we're not going to do anything with it. If we're going to move this for the public good, the municipality, in my opinion, should not sit on it for a couple of generations.
Municipalities typically.
So, this is a long line of questioning. So, if we can, is you okay with the one question I had is, in regards for the amendment, one could argue that DOT selling this property, especially closer to highways and things like that, it would be beneficial for that being used as commercial land as well. And that could be an argument that for the public good, depending on if you have a Walmart within 50 miles or something like that.
Yes.
There's other ways that they could classify this land be used for the public good than necessarily housing. I understand what you're saying with the small lot ideas, I guess. What's your opinion on the amendment?
That was fine.
Okay. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in to testify. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be advocating that these properties must be used for owner-occupied individual houses rather than for rental housing. But doesn't New Hampshire have at least as great a need for affordable rental housing as for affordable ownership housing?
Yes, but the single-family homes or the owner-occupieds provide an opportunity for someone to rise beyond where they are now. When you pay that rent, as we all well know, you're making someone else's mortgage payment for them. And that's fine. That's good. We need all types of housing. We need it at all levels. We need attainable housing. ATT, attainable housing, at all levels. But we haven't seen a whole lot of effort coming up for ownership. A lot of effort and energy towards the creation of rentals. And that's fine. But I'm just asking the committee to think bold and think big. This is state land. This is our land. It's yours. Don't be afraid to think big, please.
Any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee.
Nick Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Nick Taylor, the Director of Housing Action, New Hampshire. So, conceptually, we support this bill, and I think similar to what the amendment is trying to do, the idea of making it easier to maximize state land right now that is not on the municipal tax rolls, which I think was a great point, that is underutilized, that is ready to move. Our understanding is this did come recently because previously the public benefit allowance for federally funded land, especially through DOT, was not allowed to be turned into something like housing, that there was sort of specific requirements around what could happen there. Other folks may know more about that, but that was, I think, some of the impetus behind this conversation. We do support making it easier to get this moving forward. I think there are elements of Mr. Mayberry's testimony that we do agree with around this public benefit idea of trying to make sure that we're making the highest and best use of this when it comes to the needs of our community and our state and our region. We would argue that is housing, that should have some level of guardrails on there to the extent that it's feasible. Not all land is certainly feasible for that, but we would support some other guardrails in here and did like the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority provision in the original bill, understanding that not everything would meet the criteria there. But knowing that once it is up to a public bid and out to market, you could certainly see, types of industries moving in that don't provide that same public benefit that attainable housing would. So we appreciate the representatives' work on this and trying to move this forward, and think there's some real opportunity here. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 1713? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to close that public hearing. And we are right on time. So I'm going to open up the public hearing on HB 1251 and recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Long, to testify.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Patrick Long, representing Hillsborough 26, which is Ward 7 of the City of Manchester. So this bill is a second attempt to address a problem that I tried to address last year. Last year's version of the bill was recommended ought to pass by this committee, passed the House, and then was subjected to a poison pill amendment in the other body. So I have tried to address some of the Senate's criticisms so that this bill has a better chance of passing this year. As a refresher to everyone's memories, the specific complaint that I've received from multiple constituents is that they live in neighborhoods that are all the houses are built on 5,000 square foot lots. They own a 5,000 square foot lot that's empty. They thought they could build an in-law apartment or some other type of house on it because it would fit in with the existing neighborhood. And it turns out they cannot because Manchester has ratcheted up the zoning minimum lot sizes since the time that their neighborhood was built. So changes since last year. One is clarifying that this would only apply to residential construction. So someone cannot build commercial or industrial construction just because it happens to be of a size that would fit in the existing neighborhood. The second one is a lot of municipal governments, and I think the Planning Association had complained that the previous version put too much burden on the towns because they would have had to evaluate whether it was in compliance with the existing density of the neighborhood. So this puts the onus on the property owner to have an architect evaluate that and then certify it. And then the town doesn't have to make any decision. It's simply ministerial. If the architect certifies it, they sign off on it so that someone can build. Any questions?
Any questions? Representative Boyer.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I really appreciate the spirit of this, and I sympathize with it a lot. Just in terms of the practicality of actually doing this, though, for instance, when it talks about downzoning means changing a zone to reduce the number of dwelling units or building size, I guess my question is when? Because oftentimes things can get rezoned several times. You could have towns that have had zoning since the 1920s. So when exactly are you counting a down zone from there? And then I guess kind of a follow-up on that is existing density. How is that calculated? Like, what's the formula to determine what the existing density is?
So for the first question, that would be based on what's actually in the existing neighborhood. So not whatever the zoning code was at some previous time, but what has actually been built in the neighborhood. So I don't know what the zoning code was in Manchester in 1930 or 1920 when my house was built. I just know that a lot of places were in fact built on 5,000 square foot lots at that time. As for the second part, last year I tried to define that more precisely, and it was based on the number of, or based on lot sizes within a certain number of feet from the property. I got feedback that some people didn't like that because there's a question about where on the property do you count. So this would leave it up to the architect's judgment. But certainly if the committee prefers to put a specific number of feet in, I have no objection to that. I think that would make sense. I think you just have to balance that with the fact that people seem to have been confused by that, and you would need to specify where exactly that boundary is counting from.
Representative Howland.
So I'm kind of following up on your question, which is, are you really looking to say within a zone that you'd be allowed to do what was what had been the least restrictive of your dimensional standards? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, I think so where that gets tricky is a lot of zones as defined in zoning ordinances are pretty arbitrary. So it really is meant to focus on the neighborhood and on the actual patterns of development that have occurred in that neighborhood previously, and which is, I think, more reflective of people's actual experience of that neighborhood than an arbitrary zoning map.
Representative Page.
So just to clarify, you're saying that if we're on the edge of two zones, that your intention here is that that density would flow across the zone. Is that what you're trying?
I think that would make sense. I think that, again, it's really would be up to sort of the architect's artistic discretion under this version. The version last year was to just define it by number of feet to solve that issue.
Do you have something? Representative Bullier.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for taking my question again. So just to kind of illustrate, you said it's tricky. I agree with you. It's very tricky. That's why you're getting these questions, is how exactly to define this, because you could take a town, let's just say, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and its downtown area, a lot of those buildings were developed, well before zoning ever occurred. So any type of zoning at all could be considered a down zone of, let's say downtown Portsmouth. So you just say, well, if it was allowed in, 1680, you're allowed to build the same way. I mean, without some kind of definitional of this is what the density is, this is what the limitations are, it's really hard to say exactly what this will do.
Well, I think a lot of the concerns people would have about that would be, for example, building industrial in a residential or commercial area. And that is why this clarifies that you can only use it for residential construction. So you cannot come in and, build a factory just because it's consistent with what the zoning was in 1650. So it is just to align so that people can build to a level of density that is consistent with the existing neighborhood, and not so that they can build, for any purpose that's consistent with what might have been allowed in the past.
Representative Howland.
So last year when we did this, the reason we were doing the feet and the thing that we were trying to do is we're trying to stop creep. So that was my question, or my question to you is like, so if you're allowing somebody to conform to the existing neighborhood and it moves across into another zone and they build it, what's it to stop the person who's farther in the zone to say, hey, they just built it, it's consistent, why can't we keep creeping? And so there would really, in that case, you would almost have no zoning left.
I think at some point there's a judgment call to make about what counts as sort of within your neighborhood. And so if one side of your immediate area, we'll say, so we're not using the term neighborhood in two different ways. If one side of your existing area is built in one way and another side is built in a different way, then you are kind of in between, and maybe your neighborhood is defined differently than it is for the person on the one side who just built something else.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is the intent to allow the new construction if it fits the neighborhood as it currently exists, without regard to whether it fits the most recent zoning ordinance?
That's correct.
So my question for you, Representative, is I know I'm a co-sponsor on this bill, but the other body, so the Housing Committee has typically supported this kind of policy, but the other body has chosen not to move forward with it. Would it not be more helpful if we put the brakes on this year, studied it, and waited for the results of the Zoning Commission to kind of make recommendations on this before we move forward with it? I understand like filing the similar bill again, but you know, the committee has a position. Typically, we support this, but the other body doesn't.
So this, I think you were out of the room when I addressed this at the beginning of my speech. This bill does attempt specifically to address the criticisms that the other body made last year, so that it would have a better chance there. If in the committee's judgment it makes more sense to try again in 2027, I guess I wouldn't be upset by that. But this bill has made a serious effort to overcome the other body's objections.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other questions. Thank you, Representative. Bob Quinn.
Good afternoon again. Bob Quinn, CEO of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. And we do strongly support the concept behind this bill. We feel strongly that the only way that we're going to move ahead with resolving the housing crisis and ever increasing costs of housing in the state, we're going to have to deal with the density issue. I was just talking to a realtor this morning, lives in a rural community, selling a 2-acre lot for $205,000. The town has a 2-acre minimum. So assuming that that is high, dry, and contiguous land that you could build a single-family home on, not a guarantee, whoever purchases that property is going to be immediately at 205 before they've even tried to go get a permit, before they have put a shovel in the ground, which is the reason why we're getting at these prices for new construction at $700,000, $750,000, because it's so expensive. We've got to figure out a way to allow people to build more densely. I think this is at least would be potentially a step in the right direction. Certainly understand the concerns that have been brought up, and perhaps some guardrails can be put on it. But we hope that this committee, as it has in the past and will continue to do, to look at innovative ways to ensure that folks can build on their own land to suit their own needs. With that, I thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Nick Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Nick Taylor, Director of Housing Action, New Hampshire. Similarly, we sort of support the idea behind this and appreciate the sponsors' work both this session and last year to work on these sort of innovative proposals, because we think the idea of context-based density makes a lot of sense, sort of fits in. It allows for sort of gentle growth that isn't making significant changes that are going to create any sort of backlash here. It gives property owners more options. And by having the applicant bring the density request forward, you're not adding costs to the municipalities. We do, similar to what the committee has raised already in questions, think there is some more work, I think, to be done on this concept. We do think even just limiting this to architects, you could open it up to engineers, surveyors, folks who are professionally doing this work who can make that density recommendation. We do really appreciate the work of the committee on the House Bill 342 from last session, addressing some of the abutting zone challenges and the various pieces there. So again, appreciate the work of the sponsor. We think this is an innovative idea, but understand that there's probably some more thoughtful work to be done before it's ready to be implemented. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Bollier.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So, yeah, I echo your sentiments. I guess my only question is how Are there other states that have done context-based density? Is there some kind of legislation that we could look to say this is the formula to establish density? Like, it's a good idea, but how do we do it without saying, yeah, as long as it's whatever the existing neighborhood looks like, and by the way, enjoy the lawsuit you're going to have to go to court to figure out what that is.
I'm happy to look at what other states have done, if any have pursued this. I know, when thinking about it in the context of the residential and commercial, there are states that have passed laws to allow density that is within the context of the zone, and we did not do that in New Hampshire's law. But Florida had looked to that and said you're looking to sort of where the most density is, and that is your baseline. And so there have been some bills that have passed in other states to look at reference points within communities, but sort of to this specific idea, I would need to look at it and happy to follow up.
Yeah, context-based zoning is kind of confusing to me too. In what context? In the context of the world,
right?
All right. Thank you for your testimony, Brody DeShays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for taking my testimony this afternoon. Again, for the record, Brody DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are opposed to House Bill 1251 as introduced. This bill would allow residential construction by right on a lot if the proposed use is, quote, consistent with the density of existing residential development in the surrounding neighborhood, end quote. That's on lines 13 and 14 of the bill. Effectively, this requires building permits to be approved and issued if the proposed use aligns with the existing density, even if it's a non-conforming structure. The density of an undefined, quote, surrounding neighborhood, end quote, on line 16, which, to the chairman's point, could be the world because it's undefined. What is a neighborhood, would be determined by an analysis done by a licensed architect and paid for by the property owner. In section Roman 5, lines 20 through 23, it also prevents the municipality from verifying the study was done correctly and denying a building permit if the study was done incorrectly. Specifically, this is preventing municipal officials from, quote, exercising discretion in evaluating the certification, end quote. From my research, density studies done by architects analyze how mass is distributed within a given volume, often focusing on the physical properties of materials or substances. So I tried to find if there are architectural firms that study density in the realm of urban planning, the way that this is done, and they're really looking at density of the structure and its materials. A density study is done to determine how mass, again, is distributed in a building on the materials it is made from. Density in planning often refers to dwelling unit density, which is what we're probably all more familiar with, because I had no idea architects did density studies on the materials buildings are made of. So density in urban design also can mean a lot of things and depends on the individual's discipline. To an engineer, density is significantly different. They look at it through a different lens and scope than an urban planner or an architect. Suffice to say, I'm unsure if a certified architect in this state can create an analysis of an undefined surrounding neighborhood's density for the purposes of urban planning and whether one would be willing to sign off on it. Additionally, municipalities have planners and engineers oral contract with firms who help them determine what density should be permitted in a specific zoning district in a specific area. Could be determined by ecological impact, environmental, ledge, type of soil. There's a whole host of different variables that can be considered when they're setting density. They may also decrease the density to deal with the stress on public infrastructure if the existing density is too intensive on the use on the land and infrastructure. I also couldn't agree more with Representative Howland's point about creep of density. As you allow more density to increase, the amount of density will naturally continue to increase. And if you let it continue to grow, you're just naturally going to continually see slow over time maximum density unfettered. We also think we're not opposed to municipalities choosing to increase density and intensive use of land. But the best way to increase density is with infrastructure investment. So to have less on-site subsurface systems and less wells, private wells, and more people on public water and public sewer. That's the best route to get the density. And we've seen other states, when they've made those infrastructure investments and worked with municipalities, that's when we've seen more densification happening in urban settings. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Bollier.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. would you believe that if municipalities were taking steps to allow new growth and development in conformity with existing density in the neighborhoods, if they were taking those steps, would you believe that we would be much less likely to hear bills like this in the committee?
Thank you for the question, Representative Bollier. Municipalities, as we've seen, have been taking steps, especially under programs like the Housing Champions, to increase density in urban areas. That has been something that we've seen. And the increase in building permits that we've seen per unit was done under previous zoning ordinances and under changes that were made to those ordinances incentivized by Housing Champions. So I think it's a little bit more complicated. And I think to brush every municipality the same way so broadly might not be entirely fair to our membership. We have some that are working really hard and want to partner with the state, and we hope that the state continues to partner with them, and we hope that we can continue to work with state organizations like BEA and other pro-housing entities to figure out ways to get municipalities and their voters to yes, rather than the current climate that it seems like we're in. And we're hoping that we can continue to lower the intensity of the dialogue and speak more factually.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 1251? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on 1251. We're a few minutes early. I have a plan to recess the 2:30 hearing till next week, so I'll do that at 2:30. But the committee will be in recess until 3 o'clock. All right, the time being 2:30, I'm going to open up the public hearing on HB 1295 and then recess the public hearing on HB 1295 till February 10th at 2:30. Thank you. All right, the time being 3 o'clock, I'm going to open up the public hearing on HB 1005 and recognize my Sharia law friend, Representative Len Turcott. Welcome.
Always a pleasure to testify in front of the zoning committee. It's great to be back here again. I am here to introduce HB 1005, which is if you look at the sponsors, a very bipartisan bill. Representative Len Turcott, representing the towns of Barrington and Stratford. So the two issues I have with the commission to study the zoning is, one, the need for the commission itself, and secondly, more importantly, is the individuals that actually make up that commission. Now, this commission was formed last year when it was rushed through before really anybody realized what was going on. Once aware of the commission, it was apparent to me that it was likely being formed for a similar purpose of this committee. One might even expect that the final report due in November of 26 had already been in draft form prior to the committee first meeting. Without knowing the actual names of those who would be appointed, I certainly anticipated the types of appointment. My only surprise at the selection is it did not include one or two individuals that I thought might be on there. Those individuals who actually have a lot of influence on some members of this committee and the commission is apparent, whose influence on the members of this committee is apparent and well documented. With the exception of two opponents of zoning who are on that commission, one who happens to be a sponsor of my bill. The commission includes avid anti-zoning individuals. My testimony today will not publicize all the commission's individuals, parties, affiliations, backgrounds, past advocacy regarding eliminating zoning, and in some cases the web that is woven between them. My personal interactions with several of them at different times, different venues, proved to me without a shadow of a doubt that this is a commission with a predetermined outcome, one that will have the weight of a commission's name behind it, as was intended. I am going to take the time, though, to highlight one individual, only because there have been some interactions in a small web that I'll be happy to point out. And that individual is Charles Gardner. Now, I've never met Charles Gardner personally, but I have been, when I was chairman of the municipal and county, had many requests from him and his team at the Mercatus Center to talk with him about zoning issues. It was probably 6 months after I actually was no longer chairman of that committee, I finally did get a call in with him, and I was supposed to talk with Charles. When the day came, I actually ended up talking to one of his team members. I forget her name at this time. And this discussion went on for close to an hour, and during that discussion, fairly early on, I made the comment to the gal, I said, "This is almost like I'm talking to Jason Sorens." And she goes, "Oh, Jason Sorens? Oh yeah, we work with him." And I said, "Really?" And I said, "What about Nolan Gray?" She goes, "Oh yeah, we work with him too." So for those of you who aren't familiar with those two individuals, this is a small web that I'm talking about. And before I say, I have many friends who are part of the FSP project, who are not out on the extreme ends of this anti-zoning issue. But Jason Sorens, founder of the Free State Project, is the drafter of about a 12 or 13 page white paper. If any of you have yet to read it, please contact me. He's the one that pointed me to it. White paper where he talks about eliminating all zoning in New Hampshire. He wants New Hampshire to become like the city of Houston, where there is no zoning. The gentleman that he has, all three have worked together with, Nolan Gray out on the West Coast, out of LA, he works with the YIMBY Center. Now, you all know what the term YIMBY means, but that's a group out there called YIMBY, along with the Abundance Project. Now, if you have any doubt about what I'm talking about, also let me know, and I will be happy to send you an interview that the two of them did together, talking about the elimination of all zoning in New Hampshire. So, based on this committee's propensity to vote against anything that maintains or increases municipalities' ability to control their own zoning outcomes, I've zero doubt where this bill will end up. But be assured, at the appropriate time, if needed, those comprising the rest of the committee will be illuminated. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony. Do we have any questions? Representative Bolio.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Your comments ended kind of on an ominous note. It said eliminated. Can you please expand further what you mean by that?
Eliminating all zoning?
Oh, okay, so zoning will be eliminated.
I thought you were taling about eliminating the members of the commission.
Yeah, I heard. I was like, whoa.
No, geez, no. No, geez, no. No.
Is this getting ready if I had to go to the store or not?
Those comprising the committee will be illuminated, not
okay,
eliminated.
All right. Thank you. They're like,
No, geez, come on.
go to the.
It's not that serious.
All right.
It's not that serious, Rep. Bollier.
Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I understand that you feel that the outcome of this commission's research is predetermined and you feel like it will be biased. I guess my question to you is, what is the harm in letting that report come out? And then we can still say, if you feel that that information is biased, that you can say that. Why not let it complete its work is my question to you.
And my last sentence of my testimony actually speaks directly to that. And what I said was, be assured at the appropriate time, those comprising the committee will be illuminated, not eliminated, if needed, if necessary.
Any other questions? Thank you.
And no Sharia law this time.
No Sharia law. Appreciate it. Brody DeShays.
Hard to follow up. Good evening, and thank you to the committee for letting me speak. Again, for the record, Brody DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we support House Bill 1005 with contingencies. Our board of directors has instructed staff to advocate for an update to the commission's membership, so there would be a member of a municipal planning board, another land use board, and an active municipal planner in this state, actively employed by a municipality. Currently, there are no seats on the commission that represent these vital viewpoints in local land use and planning and the statutes that impact that. If the commission is not updated to designate membership to these viewpoints, our board of directors has instructed us to support the commission's repeal. That concludes my testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Bollier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So if these people aren't on the committee, wouldn't they still have an opportunity to testify? So wouldn't whatever their viewpoints are, wouldn't that be part of the record of whatever this committee is working on?
Thank you for the question, Representative Bollier. I reached out to the chair of the commission on 2 occasions and did not receive a response back about whether or not there would be a public input period afforded. And that did influence some of the board's decision.
I have a question. We have, if I'm thinking about the membership, we have a selectman on the commission. We have a planner of over 30 years on the commission. We have another planner that works for a state department on the commission. We have a developer, and we have a member of a local budget committee on the commission. I understand, like, you're looking for more municipal representation, but like, I believe Representative Davis is also a former town councilor. So So I believe there's a lot of municipal representation. So I guess I'm wondering, like, is it municipal representation that represents your viewpoint, or is it, I guess I'm wondering, because we have almost half the committee is on a municipal board.
Thank you for your comments, Representative Alexander. The one person who is appointed by the Senate President that's supposed to represent the municipal viewpoint is a moderator. And every other seat is designated either to a member of the majority in the House, member of the minority party in the House, or other, it might say planner, but these are not folks who are employed actively with the municipality that would have to potentially, if laws were changed due to this commission's recommendations, that would have to implement those on the local level. And I appreciate everything you flagged, but still there are no local land use board members either. Planning board, ZBA, Conservation Commission, Heritage Commission, Historical Village District Commission. I mean, the laws that this legislature passed, those boards need to deal with, and they need to figure out how they're implemented, and their viewpoints are valuable. So again, there should be designated seats to these valuable viewpoints. They don't need to be the municipal association's viewpoints. They just need to be seats at the table that are heard as part of these deliberations.
Okay, thank you. No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 1005? I don't see any. I'm going to close the public hearing on 1005 and wait for the prime sponsor right there. We're ready. At this time, I'm going to open up the public hearing on HB 1357 and recognize Representative Osborne. Welcome to the Housing Committee, Representative.
Record Jason Osborne, representing Rockingham 2, towns of Auburn, Candia, and Deerfield. I do have written testimony that I will not read. And I'll just hand that in for you. So to be quick, because I know you guys have covered this topic already, this biennium, but we don't, you don't need to hear it all from me. So I do just want to lodge, I guess, some opinions about it that I haven't had the opportunity to do, and most of that is located here in the findings section of the bill that is being introduced right now. And again, I won't read the whole thing, but in a nutshell, so last year I called this my favorite bill, and as an economist, I get really excited about people getting a lot of value for their money, and there's really in the housing space, there's no better value than what's being offered by manufactured housing manufacturers. And the idea that we discriminate against those kind of structures for people to be able to find a place to rest their head at night in an environment where the costs are spiraling out of control more and more every day. A poll that you sent me just this week, Mr. Chairman, lines up with a number of other polls that we've seen over the last couple of years. Housing costs are, the biggest issue facing our citizens today. And not only is it, the biggest issue that is on their minds, but they're also willing to do basically anything that we throw at it to address it. So, for example, they asked, if we should allow manufactured housing in all residential zones. And sure enough, 80% of people said, yes, let's do that. And then they were asked, well, should we be able to build smaller houses on lots? And 80% of people said, yes, we should do that. They were asked, hey, should we be able to build houses on smaller lots? And yes, 80% of people said, yes, we should be able to do that. And every question that they're asked, should we, take other people's money and spend it on subsidizing housing? And they say yes. So if we do not come up with smart policy to enact to address these issues, at some point bad policy is going to come along, and there's not going to be much we can do to stop it. So I would encourage us to think very long and hard about, thank you, Representative. Would you like to repeat that in the microphone? Let's do something smart so that we don't have to do something dumb. And I will conclude there.
Thank you, Representative Osborne. Other questions? I don't see any. Thank you. I'm going to ask the audience when people are testifying to be respectful and stay as silent as possible, please. Stephanie Schuler. And I'm hoping we can keep testimony around 2 minutes. This is obviously a bill we've heard before, so if possible.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Schuyler, and I'm representing the 212,000 members of AARP New Hampshire, and we wholeheartedly endorse this bill for many reasons. It's important to seniors because it enables them to age in place, providing another option to do so. It creates housing affordability, and it prevents discrimination against manufacturing homes, requiring municipalities to treat them like conventional single-family housing. This approach reflects AARP's call to modernize zoning and expand housing supply. This aligns with our priorities of housing affordability, supply expansion, and aging in place. It gives older residents more options to remain in the communities they love and they want to stay in. And we urge you to support this bill. And happy to take any questions if you have them.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Nick Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Nick Taylor, the Director of Housing Action, New Hampshire. We're in strong support of this proposal. We were in strong support of House Bill 685 last year. We think manufactured housing is absolutely a big piece of how we have more attainable home ownership options here in New Hampshire. There'll be plenty of folks who could talk about the data about first-time home buyers, about who is living in manufactured housing. You know, we've seen that the construction cost average per square foot for manufactured housing is around $87. According to the Manufactured Housing Institute, it's about $200 to $300 per square foot for stick built, so it's significantly more affordable to build this. It's breaking that stigma. It's increasing property rights. And what I handed out to folks is exactly the polling that Representative Osborne mentioned in his testimony. We have asked the public what they think about manufactured housing, what they think about offsite construction, what they think about various proposals that are moving through, just like we did last year. And this was overwhelmingly popular amongst folks. We think that many folks don't even realize that they can't do this already. And when they think about a single family home, it makes no sense to be discriminating on the type of construction. It makes sense to allow folks to build it. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Bob Quinn.
Thank you. Bob Quinn, CEO of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors, and we strongly encourage you to recommend this bill ought to pass. The demand for manufactured housing in the state has skyrocketed over the past several years. Just to put it in context, since 2020, single-family homes, median sale price has increased 54%. Manufactured housing has increased 112%. So it's not surprising considering that single-family homes go for about $535,000, where a median price of a manufactured home goes for about $168,000. But if you just look at, because we're talking about new construction, so if you look at newly constructed manufactured housing, those have been built since 2020, the median sale price of a manufactured house is about $238,000. So it's certainly not inexpensive, but it's much more affordable than a single family home. A family making $75,000 puts down 10%, they can get themselves into that manufactured house. So having said that, last year, there were only about 200 manufactured homes that sold on the MLS. So you can understand that because there's such limited supply, the prices are skyrocketing. I just had a conversation with a commercial broker a couple of days ago who knew we were going to testify on this bill. He says he knows a couple of folks who would love to have the opportunity to build manufactured housing, but they know they can't get it through local zoning. It pencils out nicely. They're ready to create this this new inventory. They're just looking for the opportunity to do so. So with that, I would ask you to support the bill.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Brody DeShays. Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for taking my testimony this evening. Again, for the record, Bertie Deshays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are opposed to House Bill 1357 as drafted. I first want to flag that the statute was recently updated to expand the existing zoning preemption, which already allows manufactured homes in a majority of land zoned for residential in a municipality. I also want to flag, too, that in a St. Anselm Center survey poll conducted for State Work Play New Hampshire in early September, only 1% of respondents, people under 40, indicated that they would prefer a manufactured home to other single-family homes, condos, or apartments. So municipalities need the flexibility to ensure not to ensure, but to incentivize the type of development that will help encourage young people to stay in the state and young people to move to this state. And while manufactured homes clearly play a role in that, manufactured homes getting a specific designation in statute above and beyond all other types of residential uses does not seem to us to be the reasonable way of dealing with these housing issues. Polling from YouGov did ask the question if the state should allow manufactured housing, and clearly the public overwhelmingly supports that, which is already the policy of the state at the moment. The state already requires every municipality to allow manufactured homes on a majority of land zoned residential. That has been the case since 1983. So the polling also didn't provide any of the crosstabs to be able to look at the data and how accurate the polling is at this point. We're hoping that YouGov or any organization that they did the polling on behalf of will share those crosstabs and how the questions were asked, or even pictures that were cited with the questions so they could be reviewed for transparency so we can understand how this was framed and how accurate the polling was. We do have some concerns with the bill and how it's drafted. There's a little bit of confusion. It seems as if it's going to be defining this new mobile home that's built prior to 1976 and treated differently than a new manufactured home, which would be a new home placed for the first time, which now would mean we'd have 3 classifications of manufactured homes in this state treated differently with 3 different regulatory frameworks.
Mr. Deshays, can you wrap up?
Yes, I would like to conclude with 2 comments. One is the Roman 5. We're unsure how this statute would be interpreted by a court. What does it mean, a regulation, ordinance, or policy that discriminates against manufactured homes? They would be treated on zoning regulations like any other residential use. And I also provided a handout that gives an in-depth explanation about the difference between manufactured housing, modular building, pre-site built house, and prefabricated dwelling, because when we had deep discussions about this last year, there seemed to be a lot of confusion from legislators, not necessarily in this committee, but all across the aisle, about what exactly we were doing by trying to mandate manufactured homes be allowed on all residential land throughout a municipality and what those residential dwellings were. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Karen Susi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me? Members of the committee. My name is Karen Susi. I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Manufactured Housing Association. I don't want to belabor this issue. A lot of what I was going to say has already been said. I think the important thing to think about is there's a reason why we're here today. And it's because we tried last time, we had a lighter touch to try to make sure that towns were actually not discriminating against manufactured housing. And again, this is why we're here today, because it is still happening. I recently reached out to my members in the following towns. I've been informed they are not permitting these homes on single family lots. Winchester, Chesterfield, Brookline, Gilmanton, and I'm sure there are others. The current law needs definitive clarification. We need enforcement. We have to remember that these people are typically moderate income, and not every moderate income family has the ability to apply for the building permit, apply, once it's denied, apply for a variance, and then their only next option is to take it to court. they have to sue to put their home where they have already purchased this land. So this is really low hanging fruit. We have a great chance to give someone the opportunity at home ownership. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Can you do me a favor and clarify what the existing law says? So the 2024 law is, as I read it, is municipalities must afford reasonable and realistic siting for manufactured land or manufactured housing parks.
Correct.
So that means that a municipality can completely exclude manufactured housing as their own units as long as they allow parks in a majority, but not necessarily all residential areas.
That is correct.
That's what I was wondering. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Abby Bronson.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. Good to see you all again. For the record, my name's Abby Bronson, and I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund. We are here today, like with HB 685 last year, to enthusiastically encourage you to support this legislation. I think Matt Mayberry earlier for another bill talking about the importance of home ownership and how we're doing a lot for rental, but there's still an opportunity to support generational wealth building through home ownership and really unlock that American dream. I think manufactured housing stands ready and able to do that very well. And this would help break down barriers that are preventing that from happening. So in being mindful of time, I'll conclude there, but thank you all for the time and happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have questions? I don't see any.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jack Ruderman. Just throw the mic on for us. Thank you.
Let's try that again. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, not evening. Members of the committee, my name is Jack Ruderman. I'm the Legislative Affairs Advisor at New Hampshire Housing. We are here today in strong support of this bill. I'm going to do away with most of what I've written out because it's already been said. I guess I just want to hone in on one issue because we've heard a lot about this on this bill and other bills, this whole issue of, you know, why does the legislature get to interfere with local control? And why do they get to dictate to us, to the towns, whether manufactured homes should be allowed? And I think that is sort of half of the equation. I recognize that as a concern, and I sympathize with folks who are concerned about mandates from the state. But at the same time, I think this is also about property rights. And why should a town have a right to tell a property owner that they can build one type of home, but not another? What about the property rights of the household that wants to put a reasonably priced, well-constructed home on their property? What if they cannot afford a conventional on-site built home at a cost of $450,000? What if there are no homes on the market in their price range? What right does the town have to say, sorry, you can't be a homeowner? So I think a lot of this comes down to, frankly, aesthetic concerns. I think most of you have probably by now seen pictures or drawings of modern manufactured homes, which are well constructed. They are simple. They are, modest in scale. And quite frankly, many of them look better than some of the existing housing stock we see in our own towns. So just to wrap it up quickly, we urge you to support this bill, and thank you for your continued support of measures to make housing more affordable. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 1357? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on 1357. That concludes our business for today. Just for the committee's reference, I've sent around a list of reports that I need. There's 3 bills that I need reports by the end of the day. I'm including my bill. I need one from Representative Page and one from Representative Reinfurt. And then all the bills we exec today I'll need reports by the end of the week, please, so we can get that in the calendar for the week after. Okay. Is there any other business for us? All right. See y'all Thursday.